do more about that conversation.
Not much. Ed? Lisa?
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Okay. I called to order the regular Board of Education meeting on August 25th, 2022 at 6:31 p.m. In the boardroom of OPRF High School, and ask for a roll call, please.
Ivy? Here. Dr. Maharaj?
Here.
Mr. Arkin?
Here.
Mr. Henry?
Here.
Mr. Martieri? Ms. Harris? Here. Mr. Costa?
Here. I now move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity, and collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. May I please have a second? Okay,
Dr. Maharaj? Dr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Arkin?
yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Ms. Ivy? Yes. Mr. Costa?
Yes.
I say yes too.
Oh, he's there.
Hello, Mr. Martieri, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I just clicked in. My other meeting literally just ended.
So we will now zoom into the closed agenda, and then we can reconvening open session. And before we get started, a couple agenda modifications for those keeping score. I would like to add to our agenda in the discussion section board goals. So that will play there. And we will be pulling and moving some parts of the agenda to after we go back into closed session, and those include the personnel recommendations and the yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to, when you're done, everybody.
Personnel in the consent, and then action items D and E will be pushed till after we do that. So a little bit of restructuring, and with that said, we can, Sarah, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, so you said we're adding board goals
Yes,
to the agenda, and that's a discussion item, which makes it not a violation because it's not being voted on, correct?
correct, yes,
Meeting tax violation.
correct. So with that said, we will move into introductory reports, and Dr. Johnson, would you
Yes, I'll be happy
pass the ball?
to pass the ball, so to speak. I believe we have one today, and that is going to be kicked off by our athletic director, the esteemed Nicole Edson. She is here with members of our varsity football squad.
Good evening. I'm gonna let the players introduce themselves, and we're gonna talk a little bit about what we'd like to invite you to attend this week.
I am Jack Beach, I'm the quarterback. I am Cole Roberson, I play offensive line and defensive line.
Hi, I'm Cole Sneed, I'm a senior defensive lineman and offensive line.
I'm Gavin Johnson and I'm the kicker.
We will invite the.
I think I could have put that bubble together.
That's the hair, right?
Yeah,
So in front of you, you have our commemorative T-shirt for an event that we'd like to invite you to. I'm gonna let the boys talk a little bit about it, but just for detail, this is an event that has been 20+ years in the making. Last time these two opponents have seen each other, the boys weren't around. Several people in this room maybe were not even born, so it's been a long time. But this Saturday at SeatGeek Stadium, 9:30 a.m., we are going to be facing our crosstown rivals, the Fenwick Friars, in our first 2022-23 football game of the season. So I'll let the boys talk a little bit about their excitement briefly, and we would like to invite you all to come out and show your support for our Huskies.
Obviously, all week one games are exciting and there's a new level of excitement for this one. So we encourage all of you to come out Saturday morning. We're so excited. We've been working all summer and we can't wait to play. Personally, I like to say this has been a very big rival. I'm happy that it's been brought back. I'm just excited for it with my teammates, and we've been blessed to spend this opportunity together. I know we've been working on this. I know, putting the bus schedules and arrival times, like we were able to spend time together even into a hotel. Team bonding activities, stuff like that. Before such a big game like that, we are putting everything together, and I'm just grateful for something like this is happening.
I'll definitely say it's got us juiced up. I remember earlier last year when I was thinking like, oh, why don't we play Fenwick? And I looked it up on my computer. And then finally, a couple months later, a teammate comes up to me in the hallways and says we're playing Fenwick. And we had spring lifting during that time, so everyone you can tell was just excited. I see a whole bunch of excitement for all of them.
My teammates pretty much summed it up, to be honest with you, but I'm a little newer to the program than the rest of the guys, but I would say I'm pretty excited as well, especially, being a kicker.
And like Cole said, in spring lifting, we got a little alert on our phones that we get to play Fenwick, and the excitement then has just lasted all throughout the summer, all throughout practice, and we can't wait for Saturday.
So, we want to thank the board for their support of this endeavor, because without you, it wouldn't have been possible. So we want to say thank you, and we hope to see you on Saturday. Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
So I think,
you.
just, look, I think Fenwick gets to play you,
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
In the immortal words of the late Al Davis, just win baby.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I just want to confirm, given the fact that our school year is less than 2 weeks old, rounding up the showcase, the show has been, not completely, don't everybody wrote, but I want to make sure Linda and everybody else, we don't have another student showcase, correct? This is okay. Great, thank you.
Next, we have our superintendent announcements.
Yes, so just a few quick announcements here. First, for the 26th year in a row, the OPRF Business Office has received the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for fiscal year 2021. This is the highest recognition for school district financial operations given by the Association of School Business Officials International, or ASBO. The certificate confirms that the district's comprehensive annual financial report met or exceeded the standards set by ASBO International. This award represents a very significant achievement and reflects the district's commitment to the highest standards of school system financial reporting. So congratulations. Also, I want to extend a congratulations to English teacher Lori Young, who will celebrate the release of her debut novel, The Butcher, with a reading and signing at the Little Gem Cafe on September 20 and an appearance at the Oak Park Public Library on October 20. And finally, perhaps a bit redundant given our showcase, but nonetheless, we invite you all community members, to attend our historic Crosstown Classic football game against Fenwick this Saturday, August 27 at SeatGeek Stadium in Bridgeview. The gate opens at 8:30 a.m. Kickoff is 9:30 a.m. No tickets will be sold at the game, so be sure to visit our website to get your ticket beforehand. It's going to be a great day to be a Husky. And that concludes the announcements.
FOIA status, please.
5 requests for FOIA, 5 FOIA requests, 4 resolved.
Thank you. Next, we have public comment. Lisa, what do we have?
We have 2 public comments via Zoom, none in person, and no comments to be read in minutes.
Okay.
First,
Yeah, okay.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give my, so I'm gonna ask that the public comment be limited to 3 minutes and concerning matters within the jurisdiction of the board. And it is not intended to be a dialogue with the board. Any questions or follow-up items will be responded with in a timely way. So please.
First speaker for tonight is Mona Labor.
Hi, thank you. This is Mona Blaber, and actually Tom Bassett Dilly signed up as well, but he can't make it. So I'm going to combine my comment with his, if that's okay. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Oak Park Climate Action Network, a group of Oak Parkers promoting equitable solutions to eliminate Oak Park's climate pollution using policies that include everyone. And I'm also here as a current OPRF parent and graduate. So first, I just want to say thank you to the operations director and superintendent for listening and being open to our input and for proposing a geothermal system in the first place. We want to encourage you, if at all possible, to adopt that option for heating and cooling systems for OPRF rather than natural gas. You just can't afford to keep ourselves tied to and relying on fossil fuels. If we're going to meet the IPCC directives of 50% reduced climate pollution by 2030 and 100% reduced by 2050. OPCAN, the Oak Park Climate Action Network, has reviewed the cost projections comparing geothermal with gas. And having asked some local engineers who are well versed in these systems, we believe that the initial costs and operating costs of geothermal may be inflated in the initial numbers you have. So we're just urging the board and the high school to get a second opinion to verify the accuracy, given that this is such an important decision. And the feedback that we got was that the geothermal field wouldn't be nearly as big an expense, and that operating costs should be roughly equal to gas today, even without on-site solar, though we do really also encourage you to install on-site solar as your primary energy source when the time comes for that decision. I know you're going to make it a little later this year rather than repurchasing RECs. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lisa, was that?
That was it. The other one was Tom Bassadilli, but as Ms. Glaber said, that he couldn't make it, so she combined both their comments.
In 2 minutes and 21 seconds to vote. Okay. That concludes our public comment. And our next agenda item is the consent agenda. As stated earlier, we will be pulling C to be discussed later. I'm pulling G. And does anyone else have any other items that they would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. I move to approve the consent agenda items as follows. A, approval of open and closed session minutes of June 23rd, July 14th, August 11th, 2022, and declaration of the audio tapes of the closed session minutes of December 2020 be destroyed. B, approval of culture, climate, and behavior committee members for 2022-23 school year. B, approval of to appoint Lisa Evans as a designated representative to handle the receiving of petitions for submitting a public question to referenda and forward them to the proper election office, and otherwise provide information to the community concerning district elections. E, approval of the August 2022 check disbursements and financial resolutions as presented. F, approval of the June 2022 treasury report as presented. H, make sure I missed J. Yeah. H, approval of the schooling's contract. I, approval of the results of the 2023 roofing, masonry, electrical, and plumbing bids in the amount not to exceed $3,798,961.80. And J, approval of the 2022-23 salary recommendations for administrators, managers, and non-affiliated professional employees, and pay rate increases for food service employees for an average of 4% increase at a total cost of $236,169.18. Okay, please have a second.
Second.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis. Yes. Ms. Bybee,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
and Mr. Constant.
Yes. So C, we will defer until post return of closed session. So now I'm moving to item G. Approval of the June 2022 monthly financial reports as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I pulled this one and I pulled it just because, I wanted to provide some context as we look at the data on the work of our community our CFC and things that they're doing, just so that it relates, okay? It will be brief. So there was a finance committee meeting last week, the 16th, I think it was.
Yes.
Okay, and I would say the committee is, we've got 5 outside community members who are contributing. There really were 2 general themes in here that relate to, the report and data. The first was a continued review and assessment of our fund balance policy. There has been some, desire to tighten up and possibly reduce the range that's stated of 25 to 75%. However, the current pulse of that group was that in today's climate, where we are seeing the 6+ month or whatever it is delays in our Cook County receipts, there are many districts that are having to borrow money because they do not have the funds. And so this is a time when having that fund balance is providing us a more than adequate protection. So that that relates to the dollars that you see in that. Reeve, any comments on that? Okay. And then the second element that is being discussed as it relates to the financial report is that it's the consideration of enhancement of our debt policy. And so as such, there was a invite and presentation just so that that committee can be informed on the different options of what debt might be available as we look to the long term. And the committee is going to be presenting some recommendations and insights and reaching out on what we may want to do that will better frame up answers to questions of when should we consider debt, how we should consider debt, policy level questions that should be part of our long-term guidance so that we function well. So that was the essence of it. Cabri, do you have any other? Okay, so that's all. Any other discussion on our monthly financial report? Okay, with that said, then I would.
Tom, just a question for you. So of course, there's been a letter to the editor about what was and was not presented in that meeting. Is the committee going to sit down with the district and work on a response to that letter to get accurate information back into the local media?
I have not, you're kind of ahead of the game in terms of recentism. So the committee, there has been no discussion to that effect, but we, as a committee, we do need to be communicating factually what we're doing with our finances. And so that, that will occur. How it occurs, we'll figure out.
Thanks, Tom.
Absolutely. Lisa?
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Ms. Spivey,
Yes.
Dr. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
Yes. Okay. Our next area is our action items. So our first one, coming to the stage, is I move to approve to secure the bids for the track and field project and return with a recommendation for board approvals.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Okay, we have a topic here, track and fields, as President Kowski just noted that at this point probably doesn't need much introduction. We discussed it at the committee of the whole meeting 2 weeks ago at some length. And so what we see here is the same information that was presented for the board 2 weeks ago. Ron, I don't know if you have anything by way of introduction you'd like to add to that, but otherwise, no new information, no presentation at this time.
Only thing that's different is we remove the geothermal part of it, so that is not the second half of it anymore. Because it's part of the discussion later.
Seeing no further questions on this one, I ask for roll call.
Mr. Lettieri?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Ms. Flannery. Yes.
Dr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Arkin?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Kowski?
Yes. Our next action item, I move to approve to certify the 828 graduates of the class of 2022. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, Fred?
Yeah, I have one question in terms of, we know there's some students that, were not May graduates. There are other dates in here. I think there's July. What, I mean, so that those students weren't able to participate in the ceremony. And so what do we do as a district to recognize them for their achievements?
There hasn't been a formal ceremony for them, so they are getting their diplomas once they are conferred as graduates here at the school. There's no ceremony.
I actually have another question too.
Yes.
And looking at this, it says 411 females and 417 males. But we don't have any category for not performing students who identify outside of the binary?
We don't, it's always, now we keep track of that, but it's calculated as ISBE requires us to send it. And so that's how we record it on this official document.
I got you. So the work is at ISBE. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
To get that changed, right?
In terms of how we classify, they have made moves to allow us to at least track it now in our system, but not to officially record yet for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Ross?
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Arkin?
Yes.
Mr. Lettieri?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Ms. Flannery?
Yes, congrats again to our grads.
Dr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Kowski?
Yes. Thank you. Next, we have, I move to approve the emergency purchase of AP statistics textbooks and licenses for online resources at the cost of $39,192. Second.
Second.
And questions. Or you have a presentation?
No.
Questions? Yes, Sarah.
I mean, I'm thrilled, obviously, by the huge number of students who want to take AP statistics, which I very tactfully avoided in my senior year of high school, but sorry, I gotta take my son's iPad right now. So I'm just curious, like, why AP statistics? Is there any initiative that we've done that has helped for that? It seems odd to me that it's just that course.
So
You s-
So as the workforce and you go to how to push the need for data literacy, our teachers and counselors have begun to really talk to students about taking courses that will prepare them for such skill sets. Hence the matriculation into AP science.
I mean, it's just, I mean, it's amazing, right? If that's all that we're doing. And we've seen this huge upswing, right? Like, I just feel like there's so much, there's so much we can do in this area that, you know, I'm excited for the work we're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was second that because I took it up my master's up and I hated stats.
It's quite impressive.
Always did it, but never liked it. So yeah, that's impressive.
I mean, it is what the workforce wants you to be able to do. So.
You know, Kabrib, and I was going to ask you to run a regression analysis later today. That's not okay with you?
I wasn't getting ready for it.
Okay. Any other questions? Then
No,
we'll-
I don't have any questions. I appreciate we exchanged some questions and answers on this. And Greg, if going forward, whenever we have things like this come up, if you could just let us know if you think it would create, if the administration thinks it would create a variance to our budget totals for the year, plus or minus, just as an ongoing thing, and by how much. That would just be a handy thing to know every time we approve this kind of thing. You know, just helpful from us overall, and I appreciate that discussion.
Yeah, thanks, and I'll just, we will definitely keep that in mind, Ralph, and to reiterate now kind of publicly what that answer was to that question, we always have a yearly textbook budget, and this fits within the breadth of that, right? So,
It just went over by a little bit. Once we got it down to the 36, we had 25,000 budgeted and allotted, so we did go over that.
But to be very clear, I am more than happy to vote to go over budget to support our students taking additional AP classes, particularly in something like statistics. And I think the administration and faculty deserve kudos for getting so many students into this and doing this. It's a real positive thing, and it shows that we are moving down the right pathway for getting our students prepared for their next step in life.
With that said, roll call, please.
Mr. Martieri,
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Hurricane,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Ms. Spivey,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
and Mr. Constant.
Yes. And that for now completes our action items, with D and E being pushed till post-closed session. Which brings us now to our discussionary topics. So I will start with just a brief discussion on board goals. While we're getting the rest in, we're gonna talk board goals, but you can get all set up. That's fine. You can make it. I have shared with fellow board members a series of goals that we will need to work towards finalizing. I'm gonna find them. I have them. And I'm just gonna talk about what the themes are and just ask that we in terms of timing, I'd like to get these finalized by September. So that we can focus on them through the course of the year. So one of them relates to just assuring that we have succession plans for our superintendent. The second one is related to our goals in student achievement or in monitoring student achievement, both in the areas of our freshman curriculum and in our entire student population. That's number 2. The third, which is pertinent to the audience here, is that we approve the capital project for the fields modification and get that in place by this coming spring, and include our decisions on what our long-term energy strategy are. That was number 3. 4 was to approve a financing option for project 2 by the end of the school year. 5 is to review our committees, and we're going to be talking about that a little bit today, and see what modifications we might want to come up with how we can best interact with our different entities, community, government, etc. And then we had a goal related to, or I have a draft that relates to communication policy and revisiting what we have and determining what we want to do. So those were the 6 that I've thrown together as a draft. And what I would ask, please, is that you opine on those. As well as if there's anything else. I mean, I've tried to capture what has come up through various discussions. Then we can finalize these by the upcoming meeting. So is there any questions on the topic? Are we good? Okay. I will then yield the floor. Our next topic is the geothermal project.
All right, so thank you, Todd. So first, we have 3 folks here to help with our presentation and engage in the discussion on this. Ron Anderson, our Executive Director of Operations, Allison Sternquist, and Jim Woods from FGM, so welcome back. As we know that 2 weeks ago, we talked about this, and at that time, as Ron noted earlier regarding the track and field item, we had packaged these 2 items together. But the geothermal is a topic that is quickly evolving, and it's really a separate decision-making process from track and field. So we tease them apart so we can have this discussion here with the hopes that we will be able to bring this back in 2 weeks, so we have our committee meeting on September 8th for continued discussion, perhaps, and a decision. Because we are at a point, and as is noted in the memo, where the opportunity is right to do this right now, but it's a narrow window. It's a quick window right now that we're looking at. If we decide that geothermal is the best path for the district, while our fields will be torn up for the track and field work, is really the time to get it done. And there are a lot of other reasons to pursue this rather than merely opportunistic one. Our district has done an excellent job over the past really year plus of pursuing sustainability efforts with our sustainability committee, the policy that our board has approved in 470 back in July. And our commitment to environmental sustainability as a district is one of the exciting things about working in this community and in the school district. But there are a few ground rules that I want to throw out before we go into this conversation, some context I want to share before I turn over to Ron for the first part of the presentation, and then later Allison. First, the numbers that you will see in all of this presentation here are in the context of a potential project 2. When we evaluated the possibility and the capacity of what geothermal can do to us, do for us as a district, we did it specifically in the context of new construction. Okay, so project 2 is that context. Number 2, it does rely on our all the numbers also rely on our current use of purchasing clean energy through the grid, certainly off-site clean energy. That's our current practice, and the numbers that you see right now rely on that. Number 3, we heard some commentary about this earlier. Natural gas is certainly cheap right now. We know it's cheap. We know that there is comparatively. We know that there is a cost escalation that's going to go in if we're relying all on electric right now. That's a given. Solar is designed as the way to offset those costs, and exactly how we go about that and how we would employ solar, whether it's through a different outsourcing of solar energy through, community agreements or through our community solar, or a different, more distance approach, is an option for us. And also, of course, the exploration of solar panels on our current site is something that we need to explore. But I really want to make it clear that all of the information about what any of these options really will mean for us with our current construction projects are not fully known. The incentives, especially that came out of the recent legislation, Biden's recent legislation, are a little bit unknown right now, right? The rules for all this haven't been written and applied. And so the incentives are a little bit unknown. We plan to discuss this here tonight, get an idea of what questions the board still has that they need to get more information on in order for us to make an informed decision, for the board to make an informed decision in 2 weeks, and hopefully come back with whatever more answers we can give at that time. So with that as our context, and in the interest of having a good informed conversation, I'm going to turn it over to Ron first for the first few slides, and then he'll turn it over to Allison. Okay, so thank you, and Ron, please take it away.
So as Dr. Johnson stated, in the comparison for project 2 heat and cooling needs, we put together 3 options for the board to look at. Option 1, 2, and 3. Sorry. Option 1 being conventional heat and cooling, which is the natural gas heating of the regular board we have, something like what we have now, with the high efficiency natural gas, which still would emit greenhouse gases. Option 2, which is the geothermal wells, which would have electric heat pumps to power the heat. And option 3, which is totally electric, where we have electric high efficiency boilers, and also the water cooled chillers. So the comparison points that we used were brought from questions from the board at the last board meeting. The capital investment, and the numbers that you want to look at are the numbers in red. The capital investment costs, the annual operating costs, the energy usage, and also the greenhouse gas production. And I didn't go through each line because the next slides we'll go through a review, an overview of each one of the options.
Are you able to, part of this is cut off? Are you able to for the actual numbers?
Yep, very good.
Nah, it's not.
All right, I'll go on to the next one.
Click that.
No, it's still truncated.
Well, the actual numbers that are in this are available in the attachments for board docs.
You mean this with this?
No, not that one, not that one. The actual board presentation is there that you could see. But that's what we recognize there's a lot of information here, and actually Ron and Greg and I and Jim and I have worked very hard to bring this to a place that is easily digestible, as possible for the public and for those that have not spent the last month digging through this. So we wanted to just summarize each one of these options that we're presenting with regards to heating and cooling for project 2. So each one of them had, when it comes to project 2 cost, has a very similar upfront cost, even though they're different systems. But obviously, if you were going to go geothermal, that one has upfront costs for track and field. But option 1 does not have any upfront costs for track and field. It would just be project 2 related costs. The chillers and cooling towers, there is a cooling tower involved with this project that this option that would not be with geothermal, that would not be necessary. District went geothermal. But the cooling towers and chillers have an equipment life of approximately 20 years.
a high efficiency natural gas boiler actually has the longest equipment life of any of the things we're talking about, which is 25 years. It's a standard technology these days. The annual operating costs are the lowest of all of these, as you said, because of the current natural gas prices, but as we all know, prices are insane right now for all utilities. So that is subject to change, but at this moment in time, based on what the district's bills are, that's the reality, that it has the lowest operating costs. When it comes to operating cost offsets, if the district was to go with any kind of solar, you could offset, because solar would produce electric energy, you could offset your electricity costs for the operating costs for these equipment, but you could not offset your natural gas costs. That wouldn't be able to be offset. Same thing with, this is the only one that has on-site carbon production, which you could offset some carbon with producing extra through the solar panels, but you would never be able to eliminate on-site production. It would just have to be offset in another way. So there's no way to achieve zero greenhouse gas production on-site with option 1. Option 2 has very similar upfront costs to project or to options 1 and 3, but it has the additional investment upfront in the track and field to install the geothermal field. The equipment life expectancy, the heat pumps that would be in chillers and cooling towers that would go into project 2 all have a life expectancy of about 20 years, but the geothermal field has a long life expectancy based on what it is of approximately 50 years, and it could be much more. The annual operating costs are higher than option 1 because you're now shifting away from natural gas to electric powered heating equipment, but it's lower than that of option 3 because the installation of the geothermal field reduces the demand. And so it offsets some of it. So it reduces those operating costs and what you would have to offset. With this, all of your operating costs, depending on what you installed for solar, you have the potential of offsetting some or even all of your operating costs for project 2. And there's zero natural gas associated, no carbon production on site, and because you're purchasing clean energy, there's no source carbon either. So this is a zero greenhouse gas emissions option. For option 3, it's again similar upfront costs for project 2. It does not have any costs for the track and field project. This is actually the lowest initial investment cost of all of everything, but it has the highest operating costs because it's all electric and you're not getting the benefit of the reduction in demand from the geothermal field. An electric boiler would replace natural gas boilers and would not be heat pumps. The heat pumps would be there because they're needed for geothermal. So instead you would have an electric boiler that has a lower life expectancy of 15 years right now. And then the chillers, the cooling tower would come back, and the chillers and cooling towers would be 20 years. This one has no on-site no on-site greenhouse gas, no carbon footprint, and so zero greenhouse gas emissions with this option. So when you then step into considering what could be done from an on-site production, we looked at what could be done from a solar perspective. You have an attachment in here that we had previously evaluated all of your roofs and found that the 1967 edition roof and the South Cafeteria SRC roof can accommodate a ballasted PV array, which is the first image you see here on the left. And what that is it's weighted down. It does not penetrate your roof. It's just weighted down and held on deck. But because it's done that way, it can only achieve a 10-degree angle. Whereas a rack mounted array can get you the better angle and produce more output. But you have to penetrate your roof to attach it to structure to achieve those additional outputs. And so obviously it costs a little bit more to do that as well, for the attachment and everything. The third option is kind of a hybrid which is a solar thermal panel, which incorporates sending hot water behind the PV panels, and so it not only generates the electricity from the PV panels themselves, but it also heats up the water and serves building systems that way. So it's like getting it the most bang for your buck out of what you put up there. It costs a bit more and it has to be rack mounted. It cannot be installed, to my knowledge, it cannot be installed as a ballast system. It has to be mechanically attached. So those are the three options that we are looking at, the combinations of solar options as we go through. Option A would be to install a ballasted PV array on the 1967 edition and South Cafeteria and SRC roofs at the center portion of the building. Option B1, and basically option B is to put something on the project 2 roof, and B1 is to do a mechanically attached PV array. You could do a ballasted system, but since we are designing that roof, it makes more sense to do the mechanically attached while we're designing it to get the better output in return. Option B2 is to do that same installation on the project 2 roof, but to take advantage of the solar thermal, which would get you more output. So the district could do A, B, B1, or you could combine option A with putting ballasted that you could do at any time on your roofs and then also do something either B1 or B2 on your project 2 roof. So there's really kind of 5 options of what you could invest in now or in the future. I will say that if you did not do B1 or B2 as a mechanically attached for project 2, your only option going back would be to install ballasts there because you wouldn't put new penetrations to a new roof. So those are the considerations to take into account as we go into these next reviews of each of the options. So for solar option 1, option 1 with the impact of solar, you can see some of these blue highlighted cells. Basically, they highlight where you are going from an expending more to getting a gain, where you transition to gains, and then beyond those blue points, your gains increase. By increased investment, the gains back to the district increase. So the point at which your operating costs are offset by an investment in solar happens if you install option B2, which is solar thermal panels on the project 2 roof, and they get better if you then combine option A with either option B1 or B2. The same exact situation for the amount of excess energy that you are generating. Option A and option B1 will bring down what energy your energy usage and by offsetting some of it, but not all of it. So if you invested in option B2, you would be offsetting all of your electricity costs and getting excess energy production that you could then use to offset the rest of the building. And with greater investment, you get greater offsets. For all of these options, we have looked at option 1 with the purchasing green energy as the point at which everything else would be compared to see where your investment would break even, because that is the lowest operating cost to compare against it. It's using your clean energy without any solar investment. Of note, for option 1, you would be able to offset the greenhouse gas production by the solar, but you wouldn't be able to eliminate it. And so some of that existing on-site carbon production would be going towards some of your offset would go to offset what's being produced. So with option 2, you basically are at the same point for where you are offsetting operating costs and excess electric energy. You're just not getting quite as much of an, it's eating up more. You're still offsetting everything by the time you get to option 2. Sorry, let me slow down. But if you go with B2, you're still offsetting, and you're getting more than you're using, it's just by not quite as much of a margin. And the greater investment you make, the more return you're getting from what you're producing for electricity, what your operating costs offsets are, and greenhouse gas production. With option 2, if you only installed solar panels on the 1967 edition roofs, like option A, or just installed PV and didn't do solar thermal, the return, you would not get a return on your investment and get a break-even point within the life of the equipment. It's only once you make the investment of solar thermal or combining it with other options that you get a return on your investment that's shorter than the equipment life. So for option 3, which is the all-electric option, you actually do not get you don't get to a point of having excess electricity to use with the rest of the building, and getting your energy use offsets and greenhouse gas you don't get to a point of return on what you're investing unless you get to installing both on the 1967 edition roof ballasted and solar thermal on the project 2 roof. So in order to get to a point with this one of where you are you're producing more than you're using, you have to make an investment of 11,345,000. Whereas in the last slide, with an investment of 11,522,000 with option B2, you're getting that same, and you still have the ability to in future add option A at whatever time you want it. So in summary, for the considerations, option 1, it has a low initial investment. It's not quite the lowest, but it's close. It has the lowest annual operating costs, but it does continue to use natural gas, fossil fuels, and it produces on-site greenhouse gases. Option 2 is an all-electric heating cooling option. It doesn't produce any on-site greenhouse gases. It reduces your annual electric operating costs over option 1, but it has a significantly higher initial investment that the district would need to weigh making. Doing this option only makes sense with the initial investment. It only makes sense if the district is willing to commit to installing the on-site solar that would reduce the operating costs. That to where you start getting a return. Option 3 is all electric, doesn't produce any on-site greenhouse gases. It has the lowest initial investment, but it has your highest ongoing operating costs, and you miss the window of ever getting the benefit of the geothermal investment. And a significantly greater solar investment is required to get to the point of offsetting your operating costs. So it uses up a lot more of the solar that you're putting up there. So.
And also option 3, your life expectancy of your equipment is passed before your return on investment is.
For the electric boiler.
Right.
So going to next steps, in order to be able to move forward with geothermal in the same time frame as the West Fields, we would need to know very soon what we're doing. Did you want to go through this slide, or do you want me to?
Yeah, and also along with the next steps, we're also looking more into the incentives that's out there, because there's a lot of incentives out there with the new legislation. Geothermal estimated to be at like 30%, 36%, I think it is.
30, yeah.
So there's more incentives that we'll be presenting to you in this next week, because we're investigating all of it and digging deeper. This is very new, so we're trying to make sure we don't miss anything of the stack of incentives out there.
So we also will need direction, because we are issuing schematic design for project 2 for estimate on September 16th. We'll need to know from the board which one of these heating and cooling options you want us to proceed with putting into those documents and getting an estimate for. And our current plan, unless directed otherwise, is that we will include solar on the project 2 roof as an add alternate for the pricing that comes in for estimates, so you can see what that cost would be if you were to add it. There's no decision needed to be made about solar at this time until you decide how you want to proceed with funding project 2. So we're looking to give you the information in that estimate of what those costs would be for to install on that roof.
Okay. So now that that's, Fred would like to take the first dance.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. So you were talking about roof penetration because the ballasted system is not as efficient.
Correct.
And the new roof over there, FRC, is not set up for that, so we'd have to use the ballasted system.
It was designed to accommodate a mechanically attached rack system. It could accommodate it structurally, but because a roof was just installed there, you would be putting penetrations through a new roof. So that is why that was recommended as ballasted to not put penetrations into a brand new roof, but it could accommodate if you wanted to.
Okay. Next, you talked a little bit about incentives. Are there incentives out there on solar? I know that
A lot. That's why.
because none of that, there is nothing laid out here
Correct.
for those incentives. And I know so as I understand, I just saw a thing, a blurb on a news channel I was watching this morning that solar costs have gone down like 90% in the last 10 or 15 years. So it's much cheaper than it was. I know that when we looked at it 15 years ago. In our building. When we look at this break even, and I want to make it real simple for my simple mind, that in terms of option 3, which is all electric, never really hits a break even point.
It does.
I mean, but
Well, yeah. Like
I mean,
it's the
if you get
15-year
lucky
plan,
and your
yeah.
equipment goes past its useful life, then you're
Fine, begin.
Yes.
okay, yeah. However, option 2 does after 20, and I mean, I'm just gonna pick one of these columns, which is option 2 is solar, option 2B and green energy. All right, which I'd have to go back to all the references to figure out what that is. So anyway, it's a 20-year break even, and that's a break even on the cost of equipment and operating costs. So
That's when it
basically,
starts
after
costing you less.
we make this investment, after 20 years, we have recouped, and we have, in essence, paid 0 for the cost of our putting the system in and our energy costs.
No, that would be a payback, not a break even.
Okay, so explain to me the difference.
So the difference is at that point, it is now costing you less to have this than if you had made the other choice.
Okay,
When you add up your operating costs every year and your initial investment, this is the point where it now costs you, you're gaining, you're gaining
after
on the other,
20
and it
years-
starts getting better, the delta starts getting bigger.
so after 20 years, we're hitting the situation where it's costing us less than it would have under the other scenario.
Correct, let's be clear, just look really quickly at what that other scenario is. That's our current method of relying on natural gas heating and cooling and outsourcing our energy
energy, for creating.
It'd also be shorter than 20 years because this is not including those incentives that we just talked about.
And it's also assuming energy prices stay relatively constant, right, which we
Right.
don't know.
In fact, all of this, everything that's in here are estimates. We're at a schematic design level, design for project 2 systems. So it's not completed design, but this is what we believe that it would cost for project 2. For the geothermal, we haven't fully designed the system until we get approval to move ahead. So it's estimates of what we believe you're gonna get from an output and what it will cost to put it in the ground. Incentives are what we know now, but like we said, there is a lot of legwork to do to figure out exactly what your incentives can be. And we think where it says TBD on solar, that's because there's so much more we think that you can get that we just don't have yet. It's going to be a better picture than what we're showing here.
One last question for now. In terms of our carbon footprint, if we continue to use gas, we are using on-site, we are creating, if we're using natural gas, we are directly creating greenhouse gases. If with the green energy that we're buying, all right, and solar, all right, and if we were to use solar energy, even under option 1, our net generation, because that's indirect generation, right? Right. So that we're buying a green and we're generating ourselves without any greenhouse gases. So my question is, under that scenario, under any of these options, in option 1, where we are our net carbon footprint is substantially negative. Does that put us in compliance with our sustainability policy?
So
Yeah, those are questions that I want to tee up too, so we can kind of.
you are, I guess it would be going against the spirit, I think, of what is in there with no greenhouse gas emissions. But you are, by offsetting, by producing more than you're using, you are doing good, but you're not eliminating your use. And you are continuing to use a non-renewable source of energy, fossil fuel, as opposed to a renewable source of energy. But there are reasons why many people are still continuing and why so many incentives are now coming out to move to electric, because this is what you do, the picture you're seeing there.
But the electric depends on how it's generated. It has to be generated.
Correct. Correct. So if you were to rely on the local source grid, your carbon footprint would skyrocket over what you have because of the dirty grid. But by purchasing green energy, you're eliminating your source grid carbon, and it's now just what you're producing on site.
Sure.
Okay, I have like a bunch of questions. I'm only gonna ask a few. So I just had a question. One of the slides, I think it was like the third to last, maybe. With option 3, you say that it eliminates on-site greenhouse gases. Does that imply that it does not eliminate off-site greenhouse gases?
There aren't any because you're not, because you're buying clean.
Right.
And it doesn't have any on-site for projects 2.
Right, okay, that's why I was confused, all right. And then again, sort of what Tom and Fred were talking about, I want to understand how this advances the ball in terms of meeting our goals, our energy goals. I want to know how close we're getting with each of these options, because that really, I think, is a yardstick against which we have to measure ourselves, since it's now board policy. I don't know if you were here for public comment, but one of our public commenters, our only one actually, mentioned that she thought the initial cost estimates were too high, and that seemed to be a consensus of our Climate Action Network. And so I'm curious to hear your response to that.
I hope they're high and not low. And just in the the range of. I don't want to ever have to come back to you with, say it's more. We used the numbers from Geothermal Inc. that they gave us. His initial estimates were lower than this. And then he came out and visited the site, saw the complications of it being urban and what your site is and the schedule constraints you have, and he got a little nervous and he inflated his numbers. So that doesn't mean that bids won't come in lower than what he gave us, but these also aren't just construction cost numbers. These are all in numbers for your construction contingency and the soft costs and the design costs. It's an all-in number we're giving you guys right now, and we gave you a range. So we put out numbers that we were comfortable it wouldn't come in over that, but I am hopeful that they may be high and it could be better than what is in there.
Okay, and then I have my last question, I think, for now. So looking at option 2, right, with all the bells and whistles, does that, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Does that get us to sort of like energy independence? Are we then producing everything we need on site, or are we still going to be buying electricity?
That gets you to more than what you are producing for projects 2. To clarify, just so everybody understands, the project 2 area is about 40% of your whole electric bill right now, because of the types of spaces that it is. Then this gets you beyond that.
So this is just for project 2 though, right, in terms of?
Correct, but all of those negative numbers of what you're over would go to offset the rest of the building use and the rest of your bill. I don't believe it gets you all the way there. You would still have to make other investments to completely eliminate your bill. Future project 3, you could add on. We didn't look at doing anything on that route because it's potential future project 3. You could, as part of project 3, design to put in solar on that roof, or you could decide if it's farther out to just put ballast it up there until you do that. That's an additional investment you could make down the road. It also, as you transition and have future projects where you replace other equipment and if you take it away from natural gas boilers to electric boilers, your electricity demand is going to go up with every time you do that. So it would take more to offset those, but this gets you as far down the road as you can right now in doing that. It wouldn't get you all the way there, but it should get you.
So I think that's the information that I'm looking for, is to find out how far does it get us?
Yeah.
And now that I've been reminded, because I read it, but it's a bit complex.
Yes.
I had read it a couple times. It is just for project 2. I'm interested in knowing more about what it would take to gain, true independence from fossil fuels.
Your current use, I believe, is about 4.8 gigawatts. That's your current use. But about 40% of that is project 2 area that would be replaced. So if you think about what's 60% of 4.8, somebody do math for me, please. You're getting part of the way, you're getting a good part of the way there. If you invested all of it, if you did B2 plus A,
Right.
you're taking a significant chunk out. It's not part of the way there, but it's.
Can you also, I just want to clarify, just because the way you asked the question, you said, what would it take to get us completely removed from reliance on fossil fuels, right? And so, right now, we're relying on, we purchase all of our energy clean, right? Which is not direct.
Electricity.
Electricity clean. And we are still relying on natural gas to heat the rest of the building. So it's really that part we're talking about that is worth clarifying.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Not, so the solar wouldn't have a direct effect necessarily, unless the thermal array.
Sorry, I was
is utilized.
thinking about electricity costs.
Right.
You would have to, over time, transition all of your natural gas boilers to either a different type of heat pump, because the heat pumps we're installing here are for geothermal water heat pumps, there's air source heat pumps or electric boilers over time. as you work towards your 2050 goals.
Mary Ann?
Hi, thanks. So I think I have two comments. One for the architects, I guess, a little bit, which Sarah brought this up about the public comment, and your response, reminded me a little bit of like Scotty in engineering and Star Trek, like, always telling the captain, oh, it's going to be this much, so that he can, like, that's impossible, and then he can bring it in under, right? So I suspect that is common to engineers. So I understand that. But that said, Tom Bassett-Dilley, who wasn't able to speak today, I don't know him personally, but I'm pretty familiar with his work. He did the Carroll Center renovation here in Oak Park, and also the Austin Gardens Environmental Education Center. And I know for the Carroll Center, I was just looking it up, they were able to generate enough clean energy from the on-site solar array to not only cover the building's energy needs, but also the entire park. So, which I'm mostly mentioning to just say, clearly he has a fair bit of expertise in this area. And so if you, as you are working on your numbers and making your decisions, I guess I hope you would take seriously that input and look for, are we getting good numbers from subcontractors that we're working with? And, maybe we should talk to a couple more and make sure that we're actually not getting inflated numbers from them. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yep.
So that was that comment. And then my other comment is primarily about the energy independence piece that Sarah is talking about. And I guess I just want to say, like, I feel like when we talk about geothermal and solar, we're often talking about climate goals, which is great, but I just wanted, that's perhaps worth doing just for that. But I wanted to point out to the board that there are other reasons why energy independence is super important. And the two main ones that are coming to mind for me right now, and I'm sorry, my pets are making noise. I apologize. But one of them has to do with what Tom was saying earlier about the fund balance, because it seems to me that the more energy independent OPRF can become, the less vulnerable we're going to be to economic fluctuations in the outside cost of energy. And so if part of the rationale for maintaining a very flexible fund balance is so that we won't be forced to borrow if costs spike, it seems to me that the more we can stabilize and predict our costs, the better we can budget for our actual needs, which also means that we would need to hold in reserve less of the taxpayers' money. Like, I'm generally in favor of reducing how much of the fund balance we hold. And so that's my argument, my economic argument. And the educational one is maybe less directly relevant, given that I think we are mostly talking about natural gas and not oil, and America is mostly, I think at this point, producing most of its natural gas rather than getting it from foreign sources. But, given the sort of history of military involvement in foreign oil and gas and in the past, and given how it affects our students directly, I just wanted to, I read a quote earlier today from Representative Jim Banks, Republican of Indiana, who said that President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan will hurt the US military's ability to recruit. He said, quote, "Student loan forgiveness undermines one of our military's greatest recruitment tools." And we know that marginalized populations, and specifically poor students of color, are particularly targeted by military recruiters. I was reading an article about this earlier today, and one teacher noted that recruiters in her low-income district were handing out materials to her second graders, like little bookmarks, right? And so I want our young people at OPRF to be able to choose to serve freely, not because they're being economically coerced into that choice. So I'd argue that as stewards of our children's education futures, it's particularly part of our mission to move strongly towards energy independence. And it sends an important message to our students about how we value their futures. So that's that's my little statement. I want to see us do geothermal if at all possible, and solar if at all possible. So I'll stop there.
I don't have any questions because you answered my questions that I had from the last time, so I just wanted to thank you for that because that information was really useful.
Great. Good.
No, I'm good. Just thank you for actually bringing that information to the question. I appreciate that. So, no question.
Okay. Now, me. And actually, you're correct. You know, I think Fred and Sarah hit the first thing, which is, and in my mind, it fits what's happened kind of conceptually, is this is not a field project. This is not a project building to, this is an energy project that might be tied to those. And so we need to look at it under that lens, which is what the questions that Fred and Sarah had. And you've answered one question, which is, you said 40% of electricity. Is it the same true for gas?
It's 40% of your heating and cooling.
Okay, 40% of our energy units. Okay, so I do think that we need to have this looked at from an energy standpoint, starting at the big picture, which is what's our total? I mean, just based on the data I see, it's like we're, at least for project 2, we're 30% gas, 70% electricity is, I think, what the number was. I don't know if that number is right. I just was backing in, but which means that we can, you know, already be 70% quote unquote green, and then the 30% is what we're trying to harness by weaning ourselves potentially from that. But we need to look at it from that lens. 2, and I'm going to go rapid fire. Ready? I do think that as we look at the different solutions, not in terms of whether it's 10 degree or 20 degree. You've mentioned a handful, or we've talked a handful. You've got geothermal, you've got electric with air heat, and electric with resistance heat. I mean, there's a bunch of different technology answers. Each of them have a different efficiency, right? And so that by itself will dictate how much energy we need, whether it's green. So that could have a green impact, but it will have a cost impact. Obviously, the more units of energy you have, unless you're generating them, then it's going to be a cost based on the units. So understanding at a high level the efficiency differences is as part of kind of handing them out. Okay. I do think, you know, there's a number of big holes here that we need to fill in, and they're emerging, right? Incentives, you know, more so than the cost. I mean, I was at a present, like I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express, okay, so be careful. But I was at a presentation this week put on by the Village of Oak Park on, you know, home solar. And they showed a slide that for a $20,000 investment, you got $16,000 worth of incentives through state, federal, and other. Now, we are a different entity because we don't pay taxes. So we are not, but regardless, the numbers are above 25%, right? And so they are statistically meaningful to what we're doing, and we've got to get a handle on what they are. I mean, they're as important as the cap. We could be plus or minus whatever it is on the capital, but when you're talking about incentives of 30, 40, 50%, it's crazy. So we've got to get and it's changing, and it's, you know, with the legislation that just was inked last week. I mean, there's a lot of money that Uncle Sam has said they want to put forth, and we want to know how much of it's ours. So that's incentives. The other piece is when we talk about, you know, so the other decision for forgetting, as I look at the decisions on our energy strategy, you've got the natural gas component, of what do we do, because that is a greenhouse gas, and there's, you've outlined options, so there's one strategy there. And then there's everything else, including, what you might need for electricity. So when we talk about electricity and we talk about solar, I just want to be clear because of the multitude of different options even there. Okay, either we can build it and generate our own energy. We can do what we've done currently as a district, which is we're buying RECs, which is green energy that is, from wind farms in North Dakota or something else. Or we can invest like in community, in an entity that is a solar entity. So I think we need to understand those options, because my perception, and this is more for hopefully some board feedback, is we only have so much capital that we have. And the last thing I checked, we're a school. And so we could easily spend, you heard her talk 11, we could spend $20 million making ourselves green, or we might be able to just pay somebody else to invest in. I mean, we don't generate our own natural, we don't have a natural gas plant on site. So I'm just saying we need to give a serious shake to, if somebody else will build it and we buy it, is it a better way for us as a district to manage? Because that way we don't have to take our fund balance and say, we're going to take our fund balance and spend $20 million putting in solar because it looks pretty on our building, when we could get the same thing because they build a big honking solar place in Peoria and we tap into it, whatever. So I'm just saying we need to fully flesh out the build versus buy option on solar, because there you do have a choice, right? I mean, you can build it or buy it. And so that's a decision that this group here needs to opine on and say, yeah, do we want to put, how do we want to manage our capital needs? Because there's a lot of hands grabbing at that pile of money. And I think we want to have a green strategy, but how does it fit in with all our other needs, and can we do both? So really those two things, which is incentives, because those numbers are big, and outside purchase is, more than just what we've been doing. Just again, this is a little perspective just that I need to have to kind of make number sets, because the amount of gas we use is equivalent to what 48 homes would use. That's the kind of number I came up with. So that project two. And the amount of electricity is 100 homes. So we're just, I mean, that doing that project would be equivalent to 150 homes going, and changing. So we do have some muscle, some size. So I I'm not wed to any answer other than one that meets our sustainability goals and fits the long-term financial plans of the business in the best way that we can look at, in a way where we can make good decisions. Okay.
Okay, so our next steps will be, just to clarify that before we wrap up this item, will be there's a variety of comments from you all. We'll as we did before, we'll get answers to these. I think the hottest one is solar.
In a sense.
And incentives, right? Everything about solar that is in here. I want to capture all of it. Do that and bring it back. And I think our plan will otherwise then be to bring back that information within the context of the exact same option that you see here, right? So nothing has been ruled out or definitively in, so we're gonna leave it all there and keep the context the same, okay? Does anybody have anything else to say there?
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. So there are no geothermal incentives?
There are.
They're in there,
Yes.
actually, they're built in there.
Yeah.
But you'll only see them for option two.
But is that what's for the new plant, I got to sign, does that include, will it, this change, will it go up or? is it gonna-
It could, so what's in there is conversations that we had with NICOR and ComEd about potential. And said what they would offer, so we put in there what the potential is. Now it could be less if you go through the process and they tell you, oh no, this didn't qualify or whatever, you know. But that's what we were getting, the information we were given from NICOR and ComEd. And then there's also, like we said, it looks like it's gonna be a 36% equipment investment rebate that would come for heat pumps and geothermal as part of the Biden plan. So that's in there, but like we said, the ink is fresh, there's rules to be vetted out. So that's what's in there right now for the geothermal and heat pumps.
50-year life, that's for the pump, is that for the
Well.
actual, the well?
Yeah, geothermal wells,
So that's actually the piping.
Piping?
underground, under the West Fields.
Piping. That's 50 years.
50?
That's what estimated.
That's what it says inside the presentation.
Yeah, no, I thought last time we talked, it was 30,
Or
so it's
34,
80.
so-
I don't know.
I believe Dan said.
50,
I believe he said 50, that's the number he
yeah,
gave
no,
me. It
it's,
was
it-
Dan Wednesday said it, but
I remember
Yes.
30.
yeah,
he
You
may have,
remember 30?
yeah.
yeah, I remember 30.
Yeah, but it's 50.
I was to clarify, I'm just
Yeah.
basing it on,
Yeah.
I'm using my own lifespan as the kind of.
So after the 50, you'd have to do what, dig up?
It would probably, it would need to be, that is the point when you probably start having pipes break and things need to be, when things like that fail, it's just the type of materials that it is. And
How far below grade are these pipes? That's curious.
it varies because they would be put in as horizontal wells. And so at stacks of 10 feet deep, part of one of the unknowns here is exactly how deep we can go. We're waiting on getting back the geotechnical information about the fields to determine just how deep we can go. Where does bedrock start? To do those horizontals. So right now we're looking at going at 5 rows deep, so that would be about 60 feet down, but it's questionable. That's about when you get to the point where are we getting bedrock? So.
And also we would, well, I wouldn't, because I won't be here 50 years from now, but the field we redone on a 10-year cycle. So on that 10-year cycle, that's when you would do that replacement. Because you tear up the field anyway, so then you take the opportunity to replace those items. And your question about the incentives, we would have to do a pre-authorization application. Then the NICOR and ComEd engineers would come out and they would for free tell us exactly what we qualify for. They would pre-qualify us, and that changes every January. They're on a calendar year. So January we get more money. We get less money, but the way it's looking now, I think we'll get more money, but that changes every January. So if we were approved between now and January, they give you so many years to do a project. So we're approved for wells in November. They will give us this 3 years to complete their project.
Just a couple things. First of all, when you talk about project 2 and taking up about 40% of our energy needs now, are you talking about project 2 as the concept of project 2, or as that area exists now?
It's the types of spaces that are in that space. It's the pools. So I'm including both pools because they would be combined into one. So it's your pools and the footprint of what you're using.
So I'm kind of asking, as is now, or as will be?
I would say it's
project
the as
goes
it will,
forward?
as it will be.
Okay.
Which is replacing existing spaces though, so with the use, so it's probably about the same. But you would no longer be using, but because of the types of intense heating and cooling in those spaces.
My second question has to do with timeline. And you said that it will take 10 to 12 weeks to do geothermal.
Oh, the wells themselves.
So, yes,
Yes,
to install.
correct.
Okay. Can that be done simultaneously with the track? In the field renovations out there, or does it have to be before or after, or?
Yes, yes and no, a little bit, it can be somewhat simultaneous, so they have trenches that they will build at the ends and one in the center. And so you wouldn't be able to build anything where those trenches are, but you could start your earth moving and some of the work that they're. they would be doing,
My
clearing
concern is,
and over, right,
we wanna start, whatever it is, May 30th or whatever day school ends next year, and get it done by the end of the summer, would we be able, or would this prolong?
it would prolong, but not a full. It would prolong it, but not the full amount of time, you would be able to overlap some, but there's some things that couldn't start like. Where anything that's going on where the trench is, they'd have to stay out of that area, so there would be some prolonging, but it wouldn't be this takes 10 to 12 weeks, so nothing else can happen for 10 to 12 weeks.
But the horizontal boring of the wells make us meet our deadline versus.
Correct.
Correct.
You're saying prolong, the project won't prolong, as in the track won't get done on time. The track can be done on time simultaneously with the horizontal wells.
Basically, the horizontal wells were recommended because they could be accomplished with the track project, the schedule. As opposed to vertical wells, which didn't have that overlap of schedule that allowed that to happen. So that schedule got lengthened and wasn't going to work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're good. Thank you for your time. I look forward to September the 8th. And we will move on. Number C, demographics.
Yes, should I dive in? So, next up is Roxana Sanders to give us an overview of the new hire demographics, which is an annual report that we bring to the board at this time. So we show progress on our goals. So, Roxana.
Thank you. As you know, one of the strategic priorities for district is to increase the representation of employees of color, so that our workforce demographics more closely represent demographics of our students. So each year, about this time, we present a report on new hire demographics to show progress toward this goal. The memo that you received has two charts. The first chart provides demographic information for our new hires for the 22-23 school year. And you can see that in all categories, we hired 47 new employees. This information is broken down by employee categories. So you can see exactly how many we hired in each category and what the demographics of new hires is. It is important to note that this report is just a snapshot of data as of mid-August 2022. For teachers, faculty members, and for administrators, hiring is pretty much cyclical. So at this time of the year, we're usually completely finished with hiring. This year it's a little bit different. We still have one administrative position that is not filled, and due to recent transfer, there's one teacher position that will be that is not filled and will be filled later. But for other employee groups, hiring could be ongoing depending on what happens in the job. Some people leave, so it doesn't follow the very clear cut cycle. Previously, the board has asked us to provide detailed information of what impact the new hiring has on the overall demographics of our employees. So the second chart
presents a comparison of employee demographics between previous fiscal year and this fiscal year as of August 21 and August 2022 respectively. As you can see from the chart, the comparison is provided again for each demographic group and each employee category. So as a summary, currently employees of color represent 44% of all administrators. Compared to last year, we had 42% in that category. In buildings and grounds, it's currently 61 versus 62% in 21. For campus safety, it's 82% currently, and we had 83% in 2021. Classified employees, which is our teacher assistants, secretaries, and other support employees, currently 55% employees of color versus 53 in 2021. For faculty, currently 27% of all our faculty are employees of color versus 25 last year. Food service 47 and 45 last year, and non-affiliates, that's professional employees that do not belong to any union, currently 62% versus 60% last year. So that's a snapshot of what our workforce looks like at the current moment. So this report was run as of mid-August. Are there any questions?
Gina.
Thank you. This is really useful, Representatives. I think my question is actually something that I wanted to put on a future agenda item, but it's relative to this, I believe. Because I'm seeing the numbers year to year overall for each of the groups, but I'm curious what our retention rate is for each of our ethnic minority groups year on year. Is that information that we could tease out from here, or is that something that you could provide?
I can provide.
Okay, great.
Other questions? Okay, I will just, I know Fred has asked this question in the past, which is what you've asked, so it's, I mean, the math says if we're somewhat static in our total employee base, and this is kind of what we've hired, if we're retaining at the same rate, then we should see the needle move, right? So I do think having some kind of the other side to this puzzle, which is those who are leaving, what is the same chart look like for those who are leaving?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
But you can see, if you look at the second chart, you can see the percentage change overall. So like in most categories, you can see the needle is moving, even, we do have some losses in all of them.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Our last topic for discussion today is something really a preliminary discussion on board committees. So in the document is a list of the different roles that we have currently in terms of committee, board committee, liaison, the different entities that we as board members participate in. In looking at this work, at this data, one of the actions that if we agree on the moving ahead with the work, one of the actions is currently we have two policies that I mentioned. board policy 2.15 is the one that specifies how board committees work. And then there's a second policy, 8.100 called relationships to other organizations and agencies. It's a great name. That really, in my mind, is worthy of a review. Well, let's put it this way, when I was looking at this work, the Park District, as an example, has a policy that outlines what the expectations and role are of a committee liaison. So there's some documentation that covers that. To my knowledge, we don't have that. I don't know if any of us know, other than tribal knowledge, of what the expectations are of us in doing this supplemental work, to have it codified in some place here, there, or otherwise. So what my suggestion or thought to the group here is, do we want to look at those two policies and make sure that what they say is what we expect them to say in terms of what our roles are in these various committee and liaison roles? Does that make sense, or does anyone have any additional thought on?
I think it makes sense. I'd also like to understand better what the administration's role in some of these groups is too, as we're doing this work. I think that would be good for us to know as well. And if there's other groups that the administration's involved in that we're not, just to get a better sense of how the district is being represented for these external groups.
Yeah, thanks for that, because they do vary and it's not explicit, right? So that's great.
And that's great insight, because I'm thinking of this as a board goals, because this is clearly an area that we have representation, we're out there, but usually wherever there's a board member, there's an administrator or something like that. So it needs to be done in.
Well, and I think it ties into the board goal around communications as well, because frankly, if Greg is at a meeting that the rest of us aren't at, he's still doing outreach on behalf of the district, right? So I think that's why I think that there's also another group of committees or meetings that the administration's involved in that are community outreach that we're not. You meet with, for example, all the other sort of EDs of the various agencies and et cetera. So
Yeah, there's a monthly management council meeting with folks who are in charge of the various districts. So yes, that's another example.
Okay, I think that's good insight, Sarah. Okay, so I think the action item then, or what to kind of close on this is that we need to look at those two policies and bring them through, our policy entity with some suggestions and recommendations on any enhancements that need to be made to at least agree with what we're doing or challenge with what we're doing. And that's just one part of the puzzle. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have two things to add to that.
Yeah.
I think number one, timeliness matters on some level, because these meetings, these committees, they're gearing up now, right?
Yeah.
So the school year is coming. So and actually ironically, so that's needed, even if we have folks who are in these positions maybe as an interim basis until we figure the rest of this out. That would be useful, or at least something to discuss. The second thing is a review on policy related to this is great. But ironically, there's a policy committee too, right? So we need to figure out how we're going to go about that policy discussion without that committee being specifically named liaisons.
Yeah. Hey, Great, please.
Just a quick question out of curiosity. Because we're talking about geothermal, we're talking sustainability and so on and so forth. Why don't we have a committee or any kind of community? Yes, they and actually talk to us about that, because we're talking about the geothermal. I'm not an expert in that. It's not my wheelhouse. It just isn't. But we have finance, because we're going to talk about on the finance committee about cost savings. Do we have anything for sustainability?
We have a sustainability committee actually that began last year when we were designing and getting feedback on the policy, and that is a committee that is going to persist throughout the school year as well.
But as far as engaging the board. That's what I'm kind of wondering. So if we're talking geothermal and as opposed to so on and so forth, that would be helpful feedback, but I'm not really I'm not an expert on something, you know, there's an expert, but we mentioned there was a gentleman that Mary Ann mentioned. That kind of feedback would be helpful.
Yeah, and it's a great ad because this list that is attached is a list of like prior committees. And as you can see, there's more. So this, you know, and there, Sarah and I were both part of this, the sustainability committee, which is really more internal, and that what you're talking about would be like a next generation to it. That was really just to get policy drafted, et cetera. But yes, there's more. Wait, there's more in terms of committees. So,
Tom.
yes, Marianne.
Sorry, just a quick question, I guess. So I don't know, or maybe an apology. I have trouble. I don't know whether it's the ADHD or what, but I have trouble with many different communication media coming at me all the time, and sometimes I lose track of things. So, so for example, last year I agreed to serve on iGov, but then they didn't. Somehow there was miscommunication. I don't recall getting any information from them, and so it never happened, right? And so I don't like taking on, you know, commitments that then I don't fulfill. And so my question is, I don't know, I guess I would personally find it helpful if, in addition to things coming to the board email, like if I am not responding in a timely manner, and if people could call me basically and be like, Marianne, you know, are you still up for this or something? So I guess this is just a request that will make it, hopefully make it more possible for me to do a good job with any committees I end up on. So yeah.
So that's a perfect kind of step into what the other part of what Greg was mentioning. So on the, you know, on the in the memo attached, we have I'm counting it, you know, because in some committees there's 2 of us, but we've got 29 different committee roles, in some cases 2 on a committee, but that means that I on average, 28 divided by 7 says that each one of us has 4 different, you know, roles to play here, either on a committee or as a representative to an entity. That's ultimately where we need to land, unless we change the landscape. And you know, as Greg said, the year is starting up. We're not changing the landscape and collapsing or doing anything. So what I need to do is fill those chairs. And the process I'm employing is through Lisa's help, et cetera, is I have a list of them all. I'm trying to get the times of when they meet, just so that we know, because it's great. I want to be and do X, but it's on Saturday mornings and I'm not available Saturday. So I expect to have that within, you know, I think you've already given me the times.
The day, when they meet.
When they meet, so we have that.
Speaking
So the
times.
next step is a personal phone call with Tom. And to talk through what you want. So Marianne, you hit it well. I will be in touch with each one of you, but I just ask you to look at it. If you have, and I'll send you more information out just so you know when they meet. So that when we do talk, there's a little bit of preparedness. Okay. I think that. So we were there again, 2 parts. 1 is staffing for this year, and 2 is kind of framing up the roles of the committees, et cetera, through policy. That's the 2 things. So, you good?
Yeah, the only mention I was gonna say too is to also in each one of these committees as to what, I guess what, I don't know if that's the right word, extent, there's some kind of need to report.
Thank you. You just, you guys are good. because that was a topic that I had in my notes, but I haven't yet got there. Okay. My expectation is that any board committee should be reported out to the board. Pretty basic thing. So if it is a board, if it is one of those, it should be done at our meeting. We can do it either, I think. We can talk about whether it's at the cow or this meeting, because cow gets pretty heavy, right? It needs to be brief. It's a few minutes. Today is an example, like finance committee kind of took a little chance to throw in what they're doing. So but that needs to be, in my mind, part of the policy review of what the expectations are. I would say that my input is that a board committee needs to be talking to the board. I think some of the liaison roles, we at least have prior practice of when, applicable, issuing notes that can be read, etc. We can review all that. It's a good point.
Yeah, I'll just jump in, so what we did at D90 was, and I forget if we did it honestly at our cow meetings or board meetings, so don't know which one we did it at. But whomever was the community liaison, we would just go around the table, and if there was a meaningful report, they would give a meaningful report. Otherwise, they'd say, here are the 3 or 4 things that the Collaboration for Early Childhood is currently working on. Boom, boom, and boom. That's it. So the board is sort of up to speed on what's going on and all these other things in a very quick, easy fashion, not in depth, unless something big deal was happening. And then someone would give a more substantive report. But that was just a standard part of our board meetings. And we had a similar number of liaisons and all that other stuff. And I would say it never consumed more than 12 to 15 minutes of a meeting. But then everybody felt a little more up to speed on, now I know what's going on at Culture and Climate. And now I know what River Forest Council on Governance and all that other stuff is talking about. At least I know. And then bigger reports if in fact one was needed. Like when the Tri-Board Equity Committee was actually very active. Sarah, you remember that. And making proposals for policy initiatives, et cetera, et cetera. That would consume a little bit more time, but it's just a nice way to keep everybody informed.
I think that's a good input. Marianne?
Yeah, I don't know to what extent it's possible, but if as you're figuring out the scheduling of when these things meet, if you know roughly how much of a time commitment the various things are, that would be helpful. Because I did Tradition of Excellence last year. That is a very small time commitment. It meets, once a year. It's a couple of hours, right? As opposed to a monthly meeting or weekly meeting or whatever. And I'm not familiar with a lot of these, and so it makes it hard to figure that out. I'm trying to remember. We also didn't have nearly this many at the library. There was like IGov and Council of Governments, there was COG, and that might have been it. So things like the Collaboration for Early Childhood, they would come and do a presentation to us, but we didn't have a liaison, as far as I can remember, who was going to their meetings. And I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just this extensive thing is new to me. So
Good input, and just so you know, because those who, I've got a spreadsheet being built that has how many days they meet, how many hours per year, so.
We won't accept that unless it's in a pivot table.
So and I think to Ralph's comment, some of these committees have gone dormant. Which, is okay if there's not a need. We don't need to just be out meeting. But I was somewhat unaware because we don't kind of go through the process Ralph mentioned. So this is good preliminary insight. So 2 follow-ups are: 1, just to talk and staff ourselves for this year, and then 2, little goal for the year. How can we just make sure we streamline and define what the roles are that we are doing and how we're trying to get value and service these different areas. Okay. And that, any other comments or thoughts on that? Okay, hearing none, we are to information and yeah.
We just had 2 items, no presentation with these, they're just FYI. Our tradition of excellence awardees have been named. You can see them listed out there in the agenda. 3 for this go around. And then of course.
Good work, Mary Ann.
It was,
we go.
I ended up, I went to the meeting at the wrong time. And then we ended up having to do it by email, but nonetheless, so,
So so congratulations to those winners, but that official congratulations and announcement and all that great stuff will be happening in the next few weeks. And then of course our very anxious report as always.
And do we have a date of that when the TOV is, or is that to be?
There we go, November
11.
11. Okay, November 11 is
Veterans Day.
it's Veterans Day. That's right.
So, just moving to the next item, are you going to be having a superintendent student advisory committee? Because that needs to be added then, we didn't even talk about that the other day. That's a committee.
Yes, there are probably others. We'll take a look at this and see.
Yeah, I
what else
think
can
we
add.
need
just
to-
thought of some.
We need to make sure we've got, full inventory.
I added that one to your spreadsheet.
So it's already on the spreadsheets.
All right.
Not on this one. It is on the board agenda. Look at district committee and state reports. So we have it there. And
Yeah.
It'll show up on a pie chart.
it'll show up.
I'm not impressed.
All right, we'll do it again. All right, okay, that's it.
So we have reports. I encourage those to read the iGov report. Because we will be hosting something here on September the 24th. Will be a sustainability forum with all the other governing entities. And so we're gonna be the hosts on that day. So I think with that said, we are ready to future agenda items. Gina, you had one.
I did.
I have it down.
Yeah, can I add a little bit to that?
Please.
So I wanted to know, not only the numbers, right, what our retention has been of the staff, but I want to know the retention efforts that are happening, because, well, we just know that there's, a large amount of educators leaving the field. And so I wanted to see if the board could maybe get some information about, I know that, Ms. Parker, I was gonna say Dr. Parker, that does a lot of relationship building activities, in the building. I would like to know more specifically about trust building activities related to staff and admin. I'm also curious if the administration has done any work around, like, there's an organization called TURN, which is a labor management relationship organization. So I'm curious what kind of efforts are happening in those ways to build relationships and trust across all the areas in the building and with the other, with all of our, varying people who do different roles and staff.
Got it, thank you.
Any other new future agenda topics? Okay, seeing none, we will now adjourn.
No, we are
No.
not adjourning yet.
What? Yes, we're gonna be adjourning open session. We will. Pardon?
Come back.
Recess, sorry, my head says recess. My brain, my lips say adjourn. I had recess earlier and we can only have,
Just for more research.
we can only have one recess, I suppose. So we will be recessing, open to re-enter closed. Again. So
I think we could just go, right? We don't need to vote or anything. Let's just go.
No,
to
we can just go. We just need to transition here and let's say in 2 or 3 minutes, just to.
It's supposed to go back to the place that was in closed session.
I'm keeping the other.
All right, Ralph,
No, I-
and we had some technical problems. We're getting started now, okay?
Just let me ask a question. I'm in the open session,
The one that I sent you at 5:32?
I'm in the one that we're gonna come back to, but I don't want to stay in it while
No.
we're in close.
No.
Because I could get out of there. I could end up being
Not
in
like,
hot mic,
I wouldn't be
hot
good.
mess.
Yeah,
Okay.
you want to get out of yours too.
I thought I was out.
Yeah, I think
No,
that's
you were-
good. Anyone who's,
Fred, you're in the open one.
Are they open?
Yeah.
okay, that's good.
Are we still, hold on, it look like we're still in.
Yeah, this is still the open. You want me to close it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we wanna, if we're
Sarah, you look so pensive.
We're ready, Tom.
All right, thank you. Okay. We will reconvene open session and return to our action items. And the first action item is I move to approve the personnel recommendation, including new hire, transfer, resignation, leaves of absence as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? May we have a roll, please?
Ms. Spivey,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Henry,
This is the
This is personnel.
personnel. Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Saros, yes, Mr. Conti.
That's yes. Motion passes. Our next action item is I move to approve the 2022 through 2026 agreement between the Oak Park and River Forest High School District 200 and the Oak Park and River Forest High School Faculty Senate, IEA, NEA, and ask for a second.
Second.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Saros,
Yes.
Ms. Spivey,
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes. And our last action is a response to SEIU grievance decision. And ask for, just so that we're clear, I'm gonna ask for a second.
Second.
there needs to be a movement.
So move to.
Move to, yeah, this is to
Uphold or deny.
to uphold or deny. So the motion is to deny the grievance as presented. So a yes vote is to deny, a no vote is to uphold. So that we have our.
Yeah.
I didn't think I can remember. The motion is to deny the grievance, and so a yes vote is to deny, a no vote is to uphold. Are we
Opposites.
in consensus on just the way we're voting? It's important. And so with that said, do we have a second on that?
Dr. Mahar, second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? May we please have a roll?
Mr. Arkin,
No.
to uphold.
No to deny.
He's voting to uphold, not tonight.
Mr. Henry,
Abstained.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
No.
Ms. Spivey,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
and Mr. Kowski.
Yes. So the vote is 4 to deny, 2 to uphold, and an abstention. So it. And I believe I move.
I move second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I thank you.